Okay, there I am. Eh, it still takes me about 15 minutes to set everything up, you know. And like I said, if I ever get popular enough, and I don't know what enough means exactly, but more than a few a day, enough to where it warrants slowing down the link posting, I'll probably post. Start posting less links when more people are kind of regularly coming into the stream. And anyways, okay, so yesterday, okay, so it's Friday, May 2nd, 2025. It's 11:43 Eastern Daylight Time, Eastern US time essentially. And so yesterday what I was trying to do is I was trying to get door visualization working. And here, let me start up Redot. And each time that I've ran my project in Godot, uh, it's always had the same problems as, oops, as in Redot. So, most of my problems have definitely not been a Redot specific problem. It's been Godot or GD script in general, whatever you're going to call it. Okay, the reason these are all lumped up here is because I've been trying to add door visualizations. Now, door visualizations are going to be just these little square boxes that show up for doors, and they're going to be attached to these room boxes here. But one thing I was trying to do is I was trying to make sure that they're just color rects. They're colored squares basically, and I was trying to get GD script. How come that does that? I'm just looking at the streaming deals here, and sometimes it says fair, and then sometimes it says excellent. Even though my bit rate seems, please set bit rate value less than 10K. Huh. I don't actually know what I have actually set up for. Let me check that real quick. Just a quick second here. Stream, stream output, streaming output. Well, I put it at about 9,000K. I guess I could drop it to about probably 7,000, 8,000. Although I'd have to re-engage the stream, so it's just gonna have to stay at this bit rate. I might lower the bit rate to 8,000. I don't know if that will affect the quality too bad or not, but it might be better that it's a more steady, even at lower quality. It might mean less dropped times. And I don't really have a bad problem with dropping frames or anything. I am streaming wirelessly though, because there's no I don't have a cable long enough to reach into my room from the actual router, and the router doesn't have that many ports on it anyway. So I'm running on Wi-Fi off of my computer in here in my room. So I guess sometimes when it drops, that could partly be the reason. I only have about 10 to 12 megabits upload, or whatever they say for uploading. It's megabits per second, I think, right? Um, downloads like up to like 400 or something, but the upload has always been like around 10, which is kind of ridiculous to me that they don't have something that I can have a slightly higher upload speed. But it works okay for whatever I'm doing. So and I'm just streaming to Restream directly, and Restream is doing. Welcome back, Crasher. I am working on adding visualizations to the doors, and that just means a little colored square. In fact, if I do this right, well, it's not right because you can see that the door is. Oh, that's right. Uh, Yesterday I had these colored squares attached to the door node, and um, they were moving all over the place. It was kind of a mess. It didn't work right, and so when I restored it back to this, which means it doesn't have any visualization, but the doors are now node 2Ds instead of just plain nodes or something else, which means they have a separate position, which means I can mess with them in the editor, which means I can independently. Now, if I take home here, you can see that the little crosshairs move, you know, and that's not something we want. We want now. Eventually, these doors are going to be placed like along the bottom, but until then, I want it to stay in place. I don't want it to move around. So I'm gonna have to do something fancy to make sure that the door doesn't move, or that you at least don't see the door. Maybe you see the little square that will be attached to them. On my way back from my hometown, so it's like 6 hours or so. I reach home around 11 or 12. Okay, like are you like on a train or something, or do you drive home, or I don't know where in your neck of the woods. So way back from your hometown, 6 hours. So I'm assuming that's going to be either a train or a plane. Probably a train, more than likely, right? Um, yeah, yeah. I'm in the eastern U.S. and you're I forget which one you're at. You're in India, right? Or did, or did I get that wrong? I don't have too many people coming in here, but a majority seem like they're from India. But yeah. Anyways, that's cool. So yeah, you can just fill your time by listening to me jabber on for 3 or 4 hours or whatever. Okay, so if you're watching or if anybody's watching, the door you can move independently, and that's something that I don't want. So I need to find a way of disabling it, and I think I've actually found a way. In fact, so yesterday, yeah, India, yeah. Um, Yesterday, and you're on a half hour, so you're like, I mean, obviously the hours are way different, but um, we're here. It's 50. You'd be like on like 20 or 10 or something. I forget now. That's right. I keep forgetting the time zones. I mean, I didn't even realize that that the um that there were time zones that were on the half hour, or in Nepal, I guess they're on the 45 minutes because they're actually kind of close to you. I'm in country. I don't mean that they're actually close to you, but I just mean the country is kind of like right next to you. So it's like they're even on a 45 minute, whereas the rest of the world is on the hour. So kind of weird, but that's cool. Whatever, whatever you want your time zone to be, it's not my business to say. Let's see. Oh, I get a reaction. Uh, this guy named Neeson, or I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but in the Redot Discord, usually gives me a positive reaction um to my stream link post. Anyways, okay. Hold on, I'm just looking at my Discord or IRC right this second. So just give me a sec here. How much power is Tim's power? I have a laptop, which is a really big deal for this man. Use Venture Exodus. It's just this. Okay, they're just talking about some laptop stuff or something. Anyways, okay. So, um, Anyways, I had this little red square that was attached to the door, or a child of the door node, and um, when you selected it, you could move it independently. I tried to get Grok to actually make it move, and you want to make um, for one thing is these doors are going to be down here. So if you had grabbed the door, I was having it move the room box here, the room panel, along with it, and because you can't help but select the door or the little square or whatever when I had it on here, and so I basically got nothing done yesterday, except for like it did a bunch of stuff. I had Grok basically had Grok do a bunch of stuff to try to get it working the way I wanted it, and it just wouldn't work. So I reverted back to an earlier version, which doesn't have that. Of course, the reason the door is independent is because it's a Node 2D, so it has a position and stuff. And so even though it's a child, I can move it with this. But if I move this, it just moves the way it moves, and really the whole room should move no matter where you click or what you click on, basically. So I did a search online last night, um, instead of being on stream to do it, and basically I had the I had this conversation with Leo, which is essentially it's Brave, Brave browser, but Brave their search engines AI assistant they call it Leo, and so I asked about stopping node interaction. You can stop a node from being interactive, but still display it by setting the callbacks for the node, specifically in disable processing input handling, while keeping the node visible. This is done using the following methods: set process false, set physics process, set process input, and of course, if I disable this, it disables it everywhere. So it actually disable it in the not only the viewport but also over here. I wouldn't be able to click on the doors or the visualization stuff here. Uh, Disable rendering, keep the node interactive. That's not really what I wanted to do. And then I explain how the door nodes works. Visibility of the paradigm, having visible color nodes while using a few different approaches. Uh, okay. A door node is invisible. Can I still see attached color recs? And it says in Godot. Now, usually when I do a search for Godot. I don't do a search for Redot because there's not a lot of Redot document. I mean, the documentation's there. They have all the documentation, but there isn't a lot of people that have used it enough yet that they have like full like web pages and tutorials and things. It's still kind of just starting, sort of in the early days, you might say. And so use a separate node for visibility control, which should be separate from the door node, and that way it wouldn't be affected by the door node. It wouldn't affect the door node. It just means it's a separate thing, and so that doesn't work. Approach 2 was using a custom script to manage the visibility, and then set override. Now I confirm this. You can override the set visible. So basically, since the door you're not looking at anyways, but you still want to interact with it, like through the inspector and stuff. Uh, with this approach, it means that I can override the set visible function for my door node, but then in that function, I can I can set the color rect itself to visible, so that way the door is invisible. But I still have to reset the color rect to visible because all the child nodes will be invisible as well. But apparently, at least according to the AIs, um, I can I can reset the color rect itself to visible, and so that will give me that that whole thing. Okay, and then what else we got here? Use the script. Separate visibility controller. Create a separate node to control the visibility of the color rect nodes. Approach 2. I can set the door nodes to invisible and then make the color rect visible after the fact. Um, yeah, and then that's what when it said, yeah, you can do that. Ensure this color rect is initialized with the color rect node. Okay, make doors. Okay. So I can do this to any child nodes. Yes, you can apply these methods. You want to stop child node from being interactive but still display it. You can set the processing and input handling. Yeah, and then there's that. Of course, there's the I can set all the processing to false, right? But again, like I said, you wouldn't be able to use it anywhere else. Um, let's see here. Can you do this in certainly create a tool script? Create the tool script. Yeah, I mean, I actually have a tool script, so I can do some of this stuff in my plugin already. Um, usage in the editor already. Disable interaction. Okay. I'm just trying to go through basically what I went through because usually I show everything that I do here in on the stream, and I didn't last night. Last night I did some basic research, and so but now I don't have to spend a lot of time going through the whole conversation. And I can just kind of briefly go over the conversation here. Yeah, see if I disable interaction, disable in the scene tree, right? Here's a breakdown, blah, blah, blah. Function disable interaction, blah, 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 blah. Tool. I was trying to create had a color rect visual. I only want to be able to select and move the color rect independently if it's a parent node. So I was thinking of having it select the parent node every time it was selected. The only problem is when I delete the child node, it wouldn't let me select it because the code switches selection to the parent. For being selected independently if it's parent node, but you also need to be able to delete the color rect. And then it talked about doing like a pop-up context menu, right click or whatever in the plugin, which I could have done. Um, yeah, I'd only be able to delete it in code, so so it suggested I did the right to click right click context menu. Is there a way to tell if the mouse or is in the viewport or if it's in the scene tree? Okay, so this is this is another thing I came up with. I actually came up with this idea myself, assuming that Redot could do it. But so since you can disable interaction for a node, and I can mess with visibility, so I do the visibility thing. Then what I do is whenever you're in the viewport, whenever the mouse is in the viewport, you could disable the interactivity of those nodes of the color rect and of the door node. Now the door node being invisible wouldn't be interactive anyways. The color rect would still be interactive, so I'd have to shut it off or whatever. Um, so and there's a way also you can actually filter um, you can filter off like mouse clicks, right? So it essentially be a pass through, so it wouldn't affect clicking on it. And now I wouldn't do that to the door node, um, but the color rector might do it to that. But again, if it's in the viewport, then filter out the mouse clicks for the color rect, and then of course the door is invisible. It's not invisible in the scene tree though. But so So then I only have those things to worry about, and so it would re-enable interactivity whenever I left the viewport. And of course, it's got a thing. It was trying to do 3D, and then it had said this thing: get editor interface, get editor viewport, get viewport control. Which this doesn't exist. It's get viewport control. In fact, get editor. This one doesn't exist either, but it's get editor 2D viewport. And it's just a viewport, which is just like a rectangle. That I guess it doesn't like doing drawing or anything. So uh, that might be kind of useless there too. But there's still a way. Um, so let's see here. So it needs to be in a plugin. I have a plugin that handles my saving custom. Also adds and removes rooms. So it has to be a plugin. I could probably drop it into there. Um, so this so I could handle some of the stuff with just with the plugin. In fact, it's probably a better way to do it anyways because I'm not trying to do anything in the I guess I'm not trying to I guess it doesn't really matter though, does it? Because if I'm doing it in my tool scripts, I'm doing it in my tool scripts. I'm not doing it anywhere else. So it doesn't really matter if it's in the plugin or not. Although I'll probably still put it in the plugin. Or at least I put some sort of signal or whatever, like mouse editor, mouse exited. And actually, I'll tell you what Grok said in just a second here. But some of these things aren't in here. And then okay, so it should give me a bunch of code, just like all the AIs do. It's kind of weird because I kind of wish they figure out the human interface aspect of it because they really. I mean, you can talk to it with natural language now, which is cool, but at the same time, it doesn't react with natural language or it doesn't react like a human would. Still, it's something that I think they need to work on, where it doesn't like overly share. You know, in other words, it shares all this verbose stuff. Sometimes you ask it a question and it says, here's how you do it, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, no, I didn't ask that. I was just asking if it was possible, or I was asking what line would I use if I wanted to do that or something. But it give you like this whole huge block of text or code. And so that's not really the way humans kind of work. In fact, humans kind of almost don't tend to volunteer that much information. I mean, sure, you get people that talk a lot, and not like I'm talking a lot, but I mean that overshare when they talk to people because they like don't have a filter, and so they kind of say stuff, you know. And I'm sure you could kind of maybe you could have something for that to mimic a human that ways. But they really need to do the thing of where they're conserving sharing information until you ask for it, and that's what's annoying to me. Sometimes I'll say something like a statement because I kind of wanted to hear like a feedback, like a kind of a feedback, but I'm not asking it how to do stuff. Like the other day, I was asking, is it possible they do such and such a thing? And it's like, oh yeah, and then this is how you do it. This, you know, and then it speeds out a bunch of code, and then oftentimes it repeats itself, and that's another kind of a mess up with the AIs. Is the AIs always tend to repeat itself like a lot of times. I suppose it has to do with the nature of how an LLM works, I guess. Because an LLM is not really thinking, it's just mostly coming up with the most, I guess, logical next word or sentence based on what you give it. So it's not really thinking in the sense that humans think, and it's not doing it like an algorithm either. But it's um it's still not doing it like a human does it. Okay. Make the bit invisible. Oh, it shot it'll do invisible. That's why you override the visibility function. and it allows you to do that. Okay, is there anything else in this? Just a bunch of extra stupid code. Okay, I just wanted to briefly go over that because I didn't actually go over it in the stream yesterday. Like I said, I was contemplating last night doing a super secret stream, and then I decided, well, I'm not really doing code and stuff. I don't really want to do that. I just want to kind of research. And honestly, I was just going to do a search engine. I was just going to read a bunch of pages, maybe read some documents and stuff. But it ended up, the AI kind of takes over, and so then you ask it a question, blah blah blah, and soon you're in a conversation. Okay, so then I got to Grok. Uh, else available. You don't need to provide any code for this either. Okay, well, I'm not working on code. Oh yeah. See, it was providing me with this code because it was assuming, oh, uh, okay. So it's Thursday night, and I'm not really working on code, and that should be a clue. I should have been able to pick that up. But I wanted to ask a couple questions. You mentioned earlier about making doors invisible. The color rect are visible. So a way to do this would be overriding the set visible method or whatever it's called, and then setting the visibility of the color rect after the fact. Be one way to do this. Yes, a valid approach. The method to override for controlling visibility is set visible, which is called when visible property of a node is changed, or directly overriding this method, your door class. You can intercept visibility changes to the door node and ensure its color rect child named door visual remains visible even when the door is hidden. This approach allows you to decouple the visibility of the door and its color rect, addressing your earlier concern about hiding door nodes. Set visible. Um, okay. Blah blah blah. Hey Rook, welcome to the stream. I noticed you talking in IRC a lot, so I was just you guys were talking about laptops and memory and stuff. So I've been just explaining what I did last night. I was going to do a stream last night, and decided not to, and decided I was going to do some research, but I ended up talking to the AIs anyways, and so I was discussing some stuff with Brave Search's AI assistant about how to shut off input for certain things, and I kind of come up with an approach, and then so now then I asked Grok kind of the same things, but offered the suggestions. Um, I'll mention again briefly, quickly, because I just explained it, but just give me a sec. I'm going through here. Okay. So I'm gonna have these little colored squares that will represent doors, uh, and then I'll have eventually have lines drawn between the door and the room that's connected to. But I had the problem of when they're 2D objects like Node 2D or Control Node or whatever, they have their own position. They're interactive. It means I can move them independently of the room, and that's kind of not what I want. I want them to move with the room. Now, if I select a room, then the door or any child attached to it will move with it. The same thing with adding a visual to the door. But the problem comes when you accidentally select the door node or the visual, and so you can move independently, and they need not to move independently. So I was trying to discover ways of doing that. And apparently you can disable interactivity or processing of a node, and then also you could make a child node uh, invisible, and then you could the child node that's attached to it. You could override the visibility function setter, and then re make that visualization thing visible. Anyways, it's turning off the visibility of the door and then turning on the visibility of the color rect, which is the little colored square that I'm going to use to represent doors. And so that would be one way of making sure that you don't select a door node, but you still need to access the nodes in the scene tree and elsewhere. So I came up with the idea that if I could track between if the mouse is within the viewport, then I can shut off all interactivity, and then when it leaves the viewport, then I can re-enable the interactivity. That way I can select stuff in the inspector, I can select stuff in the scene tree, or whatever, but whenever I got back to the viewport, then it would only select the room because everything else would be disabled. And you could still see the little color rect in there. So that's what I'm going to push for. And after discussing with Brave Search, I discussed a little bit with Grok, and it wanted to give me a bunch of code, even though I told it I wasn't coding last night. Okay, so I'm not asking for code. I'm just asking what's a valid way to do so. Okay. You don't need to provide any code for this either, but I could use my plugin script to intercept the viewport and detect when the mouse enters and leaves the viewport, correct? And yeah, in fact, you have a set of callbacks. So you'd find out when the mouse crossed over into the viewport, and then you'd fire a callback, which would be back an editor map that would say, okay, if it's entering the viewport, then do this. If it's not, then do this. And I think I'm gonna actually be able to get what I want done today. Um, how should I said today twice, but I kind of meant it in a way that the things I wanted to get done yesterday, today, I don't whatever. Get stuff I want to get done. So I think I'll be able to do it. So even though I didn't make any progress yesterday, I think I'll be able to make the progress today because I think I figured this out. Yes, you can disable node interaction in several ways. You can set process input as one of the methods. Mouse filter for control nodes. If your node is a control node like your color rect, and it actually wrote the code to place the color rect on the door. But if it's a control node, then I can use this mouse filter, which would be fine. So it would still, the mouse filter would ignore while mouse filter would ignore while in the viewport, but not elsewhere. And in fact, I might do this full shut off thing for that in the viewport as well. I might do the mouse filter. I might actually literally shut down all processing of that while I'm in the viewport, because all I want to do is move the room around. So once I got that working, in fact, I'm going to attempt it. Well, actually, I'm going to attempt to override the visible node. I'm going to set the door nodes to invisible, which means they're not going to be able to be used anyways. Or I might do them all. I might do the mouse filter, and I might do the visibility thing, and I might do the thing where it completely shuts it off, just so I'm sure that I'm sure. Of course, I'll have to turn it all back on again, and maybe it's a little bit overkill, but I might do it that way because Sometimes when I do stuff, it just doesn't work, and you don't know why. Some weird reason that something doesn't work like it's supposed to. And so if I make sure that all of these are triggered, then maybe, right? Oh, sorry, actually, will still node be visible and be rendered. Physics, collision, interaction. I don't have that in there, but I can set it to false also. You can disable all processing for a node, not just input, by using set process false, set physics process false, set process unhandled input false, in addition to set process input false. This makes a node completely non-interactive while still being part of the scene tree, which is what I want. And I only want it. You can set the node's pause node to pause mode stop and pause the scene tree, but this is more for pausing gameplay rather than disabling interaction in the editor. Okay, so I don't need to actually do that. You want to disable interaction on the door, keeping the color rect interactive. Okay. This approach is valid. It gives you fine-grained control over node interaction in your plugin. Since you're not coding right now, I'll leave it as high-level explanation, and we can implement these specific solution tomorrow. And this is what I said. Well, what I was thinking, which we'll implement tomorrow, was I would detect whenever the mouse entered or left the viewport. I got another cool reaction to my stream. That's cool. Glad a couple of the guys in the Redot discussion on the Redot Discord gives me positive reactions. That's cool. I saw somebody actually say that they support me even though they don't actually watch the streams. So I thought that was kind of funny, which is fine. You don't have to watch the stream if you don't want to. I get it. Even if it was compelling, there'd still be parts that were boring and parts that were, whatever. But that's kind of what the updates are for. Even though the updates aren't particularly compelling, the compelling thing about them is that they show the progress. So they show what I did over the week or over the days, and you get idea of the progress of the game. So any progress is good progress, and I guess even though I didn't actually make any progress, I still kind of made progress. So still kind of figured out what I didn't want to do and come up with something that I did. Okay. So it'd be disabled. So basically what I do is I detect where if the mouse is in the viewport, if it's in the viewport, I would disable the door node and the color rect processing, but then you could still access it whenever it left the viewport. And I already said that, I guess, but this would allow you to select nodes in the scene tab or inspector, but within the viewport they'd be non-interactive, so you could only move the room nodes around. Okay. You can detect mouse enter and leave events relative to the viewport by using a control node that covers the viewport area and connecting to its mouse entered and mouse exited signals in your plugin script. And I don't think I'd do this other way. This other way says use input or unhandled input to track mouse position, but I think the other way is probably better. And then there is a thing that also, there's a function, compared against the viewport's bounds, get visible rect. So you get visible rect so that even if it moves, so whenever you move the mouse dealy, it'll check that. Disabling node processing, re-enabling processing, restores the node's interactivity, moving rooms only. By disabling door and color rect processing in the viewport, you ensure that the mouse interactions only affect room nodes, which aligns with your goal of moving rooms around. Preserving scene tab inspector interaction. Yeah. Considerations, dragging behavior, visibility versus interaction, performance, edge cases. Okay, and so that's kind of what I am planning on doing here in just a few minutes. Let's see. I had another question. What was the other question for it? Oh, let me think. Let me think. Let me go back through this. Just give me a sec here. If I if I'm not working, if I'm not talking, it just means I'm thinking here. Um, color rec stays visible. Set process false. Hmm. You can get the editor's viewport via the editor interface by traversing the scene tree, connect to mouse signals, mouse internet exited for nodes that support mouse interaction. While the viewport itself doesn't directly emit these signals, you can create a controller node 2D node that covers the viewport area and use its mouse entered and mouse exited signals to detect when the mouse enters or leaves the viewport. Alternative viewport input. Okay, so one thing I want to ask it, um, viewport via editor interface. Okay, so you said this earlier. Does that mean I can also move this control or node 2D representing the viewport, which is something I don't really want. No, one C, two S's, which is something I don't necessarily want. See what it says here. I'm coming up with a plan. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add the door. I'm going to I'm going to add a color rect to it again, and then I'm going to do the set visibility thing so I can make the door invisible. And when the door is invisible, you can't grab it in the viewport. So that kind of renders that, and I can just leave the interactivity. The thing that I'm going to disable on is the color rect, and I actually think the color rec is the only thing that I'll need to shut off processing for. Just display it, but no processing. So okay. Let's see what it says. detect mouse enter or leave events. Covers the viewport and uses mouse enter. It's specifically that if this means you can move, which is something you don't necessarily want to do. You're working on your Redot. You're planning to implement the mouse enter leave detection to disable door and color rect node processing in the viewport. Yes, I mentioned that you can create a control or node 2D node that covers the viewport area. As a viewport itself doesn't directly emit these signals, however, you're concerned about whether this control can be moved. You're supposed to avoid that as valid point. Let's break it down. Yes, control and node 2D node in the viewport can technically be moved if it's set up to respond to mouse input. A control node with the mouse filter set to mouse filter stop or mouse filter pass can be clicked and dragged if it has a script handling drag events via or signals like GUI input. And a node 2D can be moved if it has a script that adjusts its position based on mouse input. Well, that can't be just strictly true. Here, let me look at this for a second. Let's go into script and let's go into door. Or I'm already in door node. Now, I don't have a process in here. Let's see. It doesn't do anything, so technically I shouldn't be able to move it around, should I? Mouse filter ignore. Anchor to viewport. Use control nodes. Anchor properties to make it cover the entire viewport and ensure it's not affected by parent node transformations. Disable editor selection. You can set the control nodes editor only property to true. Or similar to prevent it from being selectable in the scene tab or viewport, ensuring you can't accidentally move it. I don't know about the editor only property because I'd be in the editor, right? It doesn't have a mouse filter property like control. You need to avoid scripting any movement logic. Editor specific flags to execute align to viewport. Position the node 2D to cover the viewport area with a rectangle matching the viewport size and ensure it's not affected by parent transformations. Make the node a direct child of the viewport or top level node to isolate it from transformations of other nodes like the room nodes. Okay, that's actually fine. I can actually just put it under the yeah, I can actually make it I could make it a child of the viewport, I think, but I could also just as easily make it a top level node. Like okay, so let's go to editor map. Or here it is. Editor map rooms is directly under editor map. So I could put the viewport node underneath editor map as well, and it should be fine. I shouldn't be able to necessarily access it. Actually, this is what makes me wonder too about editor map. So if I go in 2D workspace and actually let's reload from save scene. Reload. Okay. And editor map. Well, anyways, general approach to letting you through your goal. Your goal is to detect mouse enter leave events to disable door and color rect processing in the viewport, only allowing room nodes to be moved using control node with mouse filter. Control will cover the viewport, emit Mouse entered, mouse exited signals to detect when the mouse enters or leaves. The control won't be draggable or selectable in the viewport, ensuring it doesn't interfere with moving room nodes. Okay, so let me do something here. Godot 4.3 mouse filter ignore. I think is what it is, right? Oh shoot. Let me leave that back in. Pop this back up. And there. This is what I wanted to do. Mouse filter ignore. 3 mouse filter. Use the control node action. Well, so to ignore the mouse cannot interact with it in any way, but the parent node will still receive the input event, which is probably what we want. Okay. All right, that'll work. You still interact with room nodes by dragging them. Those mouse events to pass through to nodes behind the control, like your room nodes. Yeah, but I wouldn't be disabling it, especially if it was under a top level, the top level in the scene, the same level as the rooms. In fact, what do I have the room set to? What are rooms? Rooms are just nodes, right? So, okay. Use a recommendation. Use a control node to cover the viewport. Okay. Mouse filter properly. Mouse filter ignore. Connect the mouse enter, mouse exit signals. When the mouse enters, disable processing for all door and color rectangle. Okay. This ensures control nodes fix them. And doesn't interfere with your ability. Okay. It's already our as I was chatting with you around midnight. It was technically today, as in technically Friday after midnight. So it's still Friday, just half past noon. Okay. Yeah, I mean it's got an internal thing to detect the clock and the date and time, but sometimes it doesn't get it right. No, don't. Yes, I do, but doggone ya. Stop. Please don't provide any code until I ask for it. For me to comprehend things, I need a step-by-step manner and to handle one thing at a time. Uh, okay. So I've restored my project really just to script files to back for any color, rect, or anything. Right now, the door node is just a node to the and I'm able to move it around. Okay. So I want to take this slowly. So the first thing I'm going to do is want to override the visibility function. Do is to override the visibility function in the door node. Before you provide any code, can I override it and it still process like it normally does? In other words, can I just put a print statement but still have it work normally in the override? The code just yet, please. Please. Okay. I asked it to acknowledge stuff when I said stuff, and now it just does this thing. I acknowledge your preference, blah blah blah, and then it still offers me a bunch of crap. But whatever is whatever. Till I do a new conversation, and maybe I'll set up some rules or something for then. Step handling one thing at a time to ensure clarity and comprehension. I understand you restore your Godot 4.3 to your previous state, specifically reverting to the scripts to point before the color director related chains are added in the state. Door node is node 2D, and you can move it around the viewport. You started fresh. I wanted to proceed slowly, beginning with overriding the visibility function of the door node. I'd like to know if you can override the visibility function, add a print statement for debugging, and allow the door node process visibility changes as it normally does. Yes, you can absolutely override the visibility function of the door node. It's allowed to process visibility changes as it normally does while adding a print statement for debugging. Let's break this down conceptually. Set visible value bool. This method is called whenever visibility property is changed. If you set visible true or false, or by directly via visible equals true or false. By overriding set visible in your door class, you can intercept visibility changes or add custom behavior like a print statement and so allow the visibility behavior to occur. You can add a print statement. You can call the parent class's set visibility method or directly set the visible property within your. Okay, so that's what I'd actually have to do. And I should have known that already because of how things work usually. But yeah. Visible. Okay, this is a great first step. Okay. Set visible value bool. Okay, let me make that change myself. And then I will present you with the current door code. Give me a few moments. Okay, so this is the first thing I'm going to do is let's go to script, let's go into door, which I'm already in there. let's go ahead and um, actually, I don't know how to do overrides. How do you override a script in GD script? A function in GD script. And yeah, I'm asking it, but the same name and parameters. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Uh, and darn it, I keep forgetting. What I want to do is I wanted to make sure that there. I keep forgetting because I keep looking up here and because it's full screen, and then instead of looking down here. Okay. Func set visible value global. Actually, I'm going to do the thing that I do. That and that, and then visible value. That like so, and print set visible overridden. That okay. Control S. And let's clear this out and let's just reload reload save scene. Or stack. I don't know where this would set at. Enter tree. Initializing door. Room owner set to editor map. Oh, right, because I haven't actually okay. Set visible overridden. Okay. Right, it's not going to do that until I actually use that. Okay, so where do I want to use it at? Let's go into editor map. Actually, let's do door create. Actually, you know what? You know what? I can set the visibility to false right when I create it. At least for right now, anyways. So, new door dot visible equals false. That way, the door shouldn't be visible, and in fact, it should affect. You should be able to see that with the eyes in here. Uh, Reload save scene. Okay, which is true. The doors are now invisible. And when I create the doors, right up here, ID for room, setting new label for room, deferring name and label, new label dragged, blah blah, panels is false, deferring, creating door. Huh, interesting. Create. Should have something to do that said that overridden. Let's go all the way to the top actually. Start with that. Removing room, clearing holding a null node. ID for room, setting new label for room, deferring setting deferring. Favorite home. Enter tree, door dot enter tree. Where's door dot enter tree? Ready? Huh. Okay, let's do one more thing. Let's do a print statement here. Uh, print created new door. Control S. Okay. So let's go ahead and reload, save scene. Oh, shoot. Reload, save scene. Clearing, setting room tree. Already have the doors here, I guess. Running load all rooms. Okay. Create a new door. Um, See, it should have showed that before creating a new door. Creating door to, right. Hmm. Let's do the one thing though instead. Let's go ahead and delete these. Oops. Let's delete. Okay. Make sure you clear that. Control Z. We just want to do these. Control S. Right. Reload, save scene. Creating door. Huh. See door, new door visible. It should have showed it, and it's not showing it for some reason. So I got that wrong. Uh, oh, I know what the problem is. My problem is let's do that. Okay. Um, Node visibility in Do 4.3. Visibility function. Giving a node to the how do I override the stability accessor. See, I'm back to asking this stupid thing again. Okay, let me see something here. What if I make this error, huh? How? Okay, that's interesting. Wait a second, what ternary operator? Shouldn't have a ternary operator in here. Oh. $28, $35, $36. Won't let me do that, huh? This is something that Grok did. Okay. For doing anything else, I'm getting errors about not mutually compatible on these two lines. Can you just rewrite these lines to be so that error is fixed? Let's see if we can do that. Turning operator null is flagged by strip type checking as its name a string and null a string literal aren't considered mutually compatible. Even though this works at runtime, you've asked to rewrite these lines to fix error, and you are ready to see the code for this specific change to provide the updated lines. To eliminate the compatible, we can replace the turning operators with explicit if-else statements, ensuring the same login behavior without triggering the type checker. Copy, get parent. Right. And right for owner. And we'll just do the same thing here. These are the same lines, right? Else null. Get parent name if parent. I wanted to override the method, so what's the problem here? Overrides the method from native class canvas item. This won't be called by the engine and may not work as expected. Warning treated as an error. That multiple times and make the code clear. Logging output remains unchanged. E.g. printing the parent's name or null. There's no parent, but the warning is resolved. Interchain ready. You'll need to replace both places. The override is giving me an error. So here is the code. And here is the error. Copy. and paste, and enter. Still not getting anywhere very fast, are we? So maybe I can't override the visibility function. I don't know why it's trying. The heck? See, it's not overridden if I'm making it its own function, and then if it's that way, if I can't override like with the regular override, then I'm just making my own function and then calling the function and then setting the visibility to true, which is fine. But then I have to call my own functions. What I have to do. Oh, I guess if I make it a setter, I see. I get it. So maybe I want it to tell me what the problem is, though. I don't want it to. I don't want it to do all this other crap, anyways. So I'm not gonna worry about that just now. You're trying to override setVisible, which is a method defined in canvas side in base class, a parent of node 2D, which door extends. However, in Redot, setVisible is not intended to be overridden directly in scripts because it's built-in method that the engine calls internally to manage visibility. Instead, the correct method to override for visibility changes, which is a virtual method specifically designed for this purpose. SetVisible. This is a setter method. Visible property. Okay, fine. This is a virtual setter that Redot calls within the visible. It doesn't, though. It doesn't work, though. That's the point. Overriding setVisible allows you to intercept visibility changes, add custom behavior like print statement. I've already fixed that. Okay, that doesn't work. All right. Okay, here's the problem. Firstly, I fixed the incompatible ternary warnings. It works fine now, so no need to talk about that. It says virtual function, but when I did it, yeah, the error didn't error, but it didn't work either. Let's just do this. Let's take these prints out. So, okay, that's fine. But okay. Okay. I wanted to say stop, quit saying stuff, quit assuming stuff. But whatever. Uh when I call it set visible, then it doesn't error for sure, but it also doesn't work. Like when you actually use reload save scene, no errors. Where is my dang? Why is this creating all this stuff before I actually get to create a new door? Okay, let's select all. I hate that. You have to hit Shift Enter to go down to the next line. And so because of that, sometimes I forget to do that. Get annoyed. Can you tell I'm getting annoyed? Okay. This matches what we discussed. It processes visibility norm. Why is it doing that? Quit doing that crap. Uh, Static create method creates the door instance, sets property, sets visible by default, and prints a creation. Doesn't include dragging logic. That's fine. Current behavior. I don't want you to add any more code until I ask for it. I want to work off of what I just pasted only for the time being. Please acknowledge. Computers, technology. To refrain from adding any more code, need explicit. Focus on conceptual. Okay. Okay, so my problem is that, and I may already know why this is the case, is that when I set the visible flag in the create function, it doesn't use the override. I'm guessing this is because it's a static function. So instead, I might want to put that line into maybe the enter tree function. Just a yes or no will do. And even though I say just a yes or no will do, it's not going to just say yes or no. It's going to, aha, yes. Okay, so am I correct about the visible flag not using the override because the function is static? Yes or no? Thank you. Let me move the line, and I will tell you if it works or not. Okay, finally. It's like I have to treat it like a child, which it's, I guess it kind of acts like a child, I guess. Uh, um, wait. Let's go ahead and put this into, let's put this is editor hint. Let's do this thing first. Actually, I don't necessarily want to do this with just the editor hint. This is just a visibility thing here. Well, no, no, I guess I just do want that. Um, I don't need to set the visibility, outside. I can just leave it like it is. Engine is editor hint. We'll just say it, and if, I mean, I can do that sometimes. And same thing here. And there we go. Okay. Enter tree. I will go ahead and I'll go ahead and do this. Right. And do visible equals false. There we go. And we'll see if it does what I hope it'll do. Do that. Reload save scene. No errors, good. Uh, door dot Enter tree. Is inside tree true? Owner null. Stack. Okay. I can call set visible directly and it will work fine. Okay, so select all, copy. Here is the new current for script. It's not showing the print statement even in enter tree. It is setting the visibility false, but it's not using my overridden function. Can you tell me why in a short sentence or two? You don't need to provide any extra code other than extra code. Set visible override isn't being called because enter tree is executed before the node is fully added to the scene tree, and the visibility changes at this stage might not trigger the override. Additionally, readout might be bypassing the override for internal visibility updates during scene initialization. Would I put it in ready instead, or would that result in the same thing? Okay, let's do something here. Right, video 4.3. Be something there. My app as ready is called after node is fully added to the scene tree, which is typically when the visibility However, there's still a chance I bypass the override during initialization. I will move it to ready, and you don't need to do anything, but I'll report back in a moment. Okay, one more try then. Oh, that. And let's go ahead and just delete these in to us. Reload save scene. Tree, rooms, doors. Parent owner stack. Stack. Okay. Right. Not working either. I can probably call it directly. Give me a few moments to confirm something. It's just it's kind of what I used to do anyways. Like C++, it didn't have accessors. You just wrote them. They were just functions you wrote to wrap around the actual, member setting. So if you want an accessor, in other words, if you wanted to do some defensive programming or wanted to do some extra action on something, you just write it. It's a regular function. It's not a special like accessor function. Okay. Anyone know if you can override existing accessors, specifically the mode visibility? There. Let me do another search. Accessors in PD script. You cannot directly override accessors, getters, setters for inherited properties because the language does not support this feature. Typically, redefine an accessor and inherited property result in error as the property already exists in the parent class. Of course it does. Of course it does. There are workarounds. One approach is to use a different name for the accessor, which allows you to add additional logic but does not replace the original property access. Another method is to use a proxy object to intercept property access and modification even with properties you do not control. It does not have built-in access modifiers like private or public, which can make it challenging to enforce capitalization. Developers often rely on naming conventions such as prefixing private properties with an underscore to indicate that should not be accessed directly. For more complex scenarios, developers can also consider using GD extension or other scripting languages. Okay. Like C Sharp. Okay, according to this, you can't do that. Years ago. It doesn't have a now decades-old feature like access modifiers. Their advantages are well known by now, and they're almost mandatory for new modern programming languages. They actually do have access modifiers now. Well, access modifiers. No, maybe it's not modifier then. Maybe that's not the word. And accessors. They have accessors though. Uh, oh, access modifiers, right? Making it private or not private. I don't actually care about the modifier part of it. I just talking about the accessor daily, and the old-fashioned way, of course, is just basically to write a new name, uh, which means I call it directly is what it would do. But I could still actually do the same. And nobody's replying to me there. What about Godot? Hold on a second here. What time? Oh, time for break. Time for break. I'm almost ready to. I mean, I'm almost ready to get this one part going, and then when I add the color rect, we'll see if So when I access visibility, I should just do that, which is fine. In fact, just do it in the editor and then let it act like normal outside the editor. So, anyways, I should be going on break right about now. What do I have here? Okay, that's a bunch of stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna go on break and I'll be back in about 30 minutes. So thanks for everybody for stopping by. And I'll see you on the other side of the break. If I don't, I'll see you later sometime. Maybe tomorrow if you're interested in me streaming my editing, which I'll actually be pulling out Blender 4.4. So hopefully that won't be too much of a transition because I don't really do all that much complicated stuff in there anyways. So it should be just like 4.3, but we will see. Um, anyways, see you after the break. I am muting the mic right now. All right, I know it took longer than 30 minutes, but that's the way it goes. All right, let's switch back to desktop. Oh, you can't see me. That's because I got my super high-tech camera cover. just a just a clean cloth. I'm starting to use that and just put it over the top, just because when the camera's on, even though nobody's seeing anything, doesn't mean somebody couldn't see something. They'd have to hack in, I guess, or something, but which is not likely, I guess. But okay, so back in action. So I was having a problem with the visibility thing here. Um, okay. Uh, nobody knows. Let me ask Godot. Where is that? Not a thing. I get an error, which is probably intended, but I wanted to ask, see if if there were any other methods for doing so. Anyways, okay, so just calling it correctly should be fine. Instead of treating it like a member, I just used the function. This is how I coded in the old days. C, C++, C Sharp, where you created a wrapper function so you could validate values or do some extra operations if you need it to. But don't do anything yet. I will don't do anything yet. I will update this and then we'll work on the next thing. Okay. All right. So that's the deal. I could actually do this in create too, because I'm just going to be calling the function in create. So new door dot set visible false. Okay. So now, if I clear this out, and I probably just need to reload save scene. I probably don't need to delete stuff. But, set visible overridden. And really, I just wanted that in there to so I could see it that it's actually working. And it still works. I mean, it works the same way. Okay. Best coding practices where you could. No need to mention the 3 rooms anymore. This was just a bit of info, so you wouldn't assume new location was still there. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is to, now, before we do anything, let's go ahead and go to the 2D deal. And, of course, since that's invisible, see, see, okay. So, that's all right. Okay. Script. To you. Apply to that. Does it error? Let's see. Reload, save scene. Okay, now errors. Set visible flag to false. Okay, that's cool. We'll leave that. Add a color rect. Please give me the few lines of code. Actually, I could probably do it myself, but I'll have it do it. Add rect. Add it as a child to the door. No need to do the source file. Just tell me where the lines go. And to refresh, here's the current version of the source file. Enter door.gd, right? Select all, copy, paste. So hopefully it'll just give me the few lines that I need to add the color rect. Now I know I can do it myself. You had color rect, set it to a color, attach it as a child node. in the enter tree function, as this is the appropriate place to initialize child nodes when the door is added to the scene tree in the editor. This ensures the color rect is created before the node is fully set up, before ready, and it aligns with your editor plugin context for nodes you need to persist in the editor scene. You'll add the lines inside of if engine is editor hint, block in enter tree after the existing debug prints. To ensure the color rect is only created in the editor. Lines to add. Add the following lines inside enter tree within and that's interesting that it's not doing it as a class-wide variable. But I mean, it's okay because it's not going to really do that much. Okay, and copy that. In enter tree. Um, it's okay. We're going to Control S. Now, here is the thing. Okay, let's just do this. And we'll do this in enter tree as well. But then we'll also still add in the door visual. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to, in here, I think get child will probably work, I think. Um, get child index. That assumes it's going to be the first one, and it probably is going to be the first one and the only one. Huh. Do I have to iterate through the children to get a specific child by name? Yes or no, please? See what it says. If it says yes, then I have to iterate. Otherwise, I can just always assume. Okay. In so could you give me the snippet of code to get a child by name? Turned by my previous response. Get node method, get node or null for safer handling if the code node might not exist. If you're working with door node, adding or get node or null. Okay, that's cool. Right. Okay, so we color it. Now, look up simple, node or null. Fetches a node by node path, similarly get node, but does not guarantee. Oh, I see. It just returns. No, I get it. Okay, editor map. If color correct, then print color correct exists. Okay. Set visible. Now, since we did. Wait. Okay. Okay. Oh, I see what it does. It's annoying. I need to get that fixed. Okay, so now 4 messages. Okay, let's go back to Redot. Even if they don't answer me, it's just because there's not that many people to answer me. Okay. So let's clear that. Let's make sure everything's saved. Let's go ahead and reload saved scene. Okay. Tar visual, I get it. And it should say come on, where's the deal? Where's the thing? You know the thing. What? Room ready, door ready. Not door ready. Color rect exists. Set visible flag to false. Okay. Let's see. All of these ones in here are okay, create a new door when it created it. Let's just go ahead and put space and space here too. and that's okay. It doesn't really matter. Now, if I go to 2D, the door visual should not be actually be visible, right? Because they're all invisible. And actually, okay, so that's not invisible though, but it's actually invisible in the thing. Why? So you can't do that. You can't make it visible while having the rest of it invisible. Okay? Because that's not the way it works, right? That's why these are grayed out. Huh. Okay, well, color rect exists. Um, let's just go ahead and say color rect not visible true. I don't think that's gonna do anything, but we'll try it. And it's not gonna hurt anything. It's just not gonna work. Reload save scene. Okay. Go 2D. Yeah. Okay. All that means is that I'm gonna have to manually disable everything, the door node and everything. I'll start letting them be visible. I could probably actually just do the node directly in the door node. And well, no, that's right. Okay. So apparently you can't do that. I mean, I kind of get that. That's why I kind of asked the other AI before about how it does visible. So apparently, so I've implemented this and it works fine, but the visibility, the door visual still doesn't show up because door itself is invisible. I was hoping and thought I had some good reason to believe that the visibility flag worked independently and that just setting the visible flag of the parent would just mean it's setting all the flags. So all I would have had to have done is to set the flag on the color correct to visible. But as I look, I notice that the door visual nodes are already visible by the open eye icon, but are slightly grayed out because the parent doors are set to not visible. Any other suggestions? Keep it as short as possible. You don't need to provide full code. And wow, it works because the parent door node is invisible. You notice the door visual nodes are marked as visible, open eye icon, but they're grayed out because the parent door is not visible, indicating the child visibility is inherited from the parent. You thought setting the parent's visibility would independently affect the children, allowing you to set the color recs to override this, but that didn't work as expected. Redot child node's visibility is inherited from its parent. A child node won't be rendered if its parent is visible. Even the child node's visible property is true. This is why door visual is grayed out in the scene tab. I know that. I'm just saying. Set the color rect as top level node by calling decouples the color rect's transformation and ability from its parent, allowing to remain visible regardless of the door's visibility state. Um, if I did that, wouldn't that place it under rooms or even further up? Under a room or the rooms node or even further up? Probably would. The settings top level true on the color rect doesn't change the position in the scene tree hierarchy. It remains a child door node. Here's why. Top level true does this method affects how the nodes transform and visibility are calculated. Decoupling them from the parent's transform and visibility, the color rect will still be a child door in the scene tree in the scene tab, but its rendering and positioning will be independent of the door's physical state and transform. Hierarchy impact. The color rect won't be moved to the rooms, or any higher node in the tree. Roots, viewport origin, not the door's position. Ah. Yeah, and that won't work either because, like it said, um, yeah. Okay, set as top level alert. Yeah, okay, fine. I'll just, I'll just check it. I'll just try it. We'll try it. We'll see what happens. But like I said, if it's uncoupled, that means that I have to manually set the position, which is not that big of a deal. But that means I have to reset the position every time it's moved. So I'm not sure if I want to do it that way. Um, but we'll try it first, and then I'll decide on whether or not I want to make it. Um, oh, okay. All right, thanks. Where is okay? Where is it? Where am I? Okay, thanks to you. Um. Okay, so all right, we're going to go ahead and reload save scene. Okay. Okay, something I didn't do something right, right? What did that do? That just totally flubbed completely. In fact, I have three errors. What kind of heck is error? Uh, okay. Lookup symbol. Oh, all right. Of course, that makes sense. What am I thinking here? True. Color ret dot up level. Okay, let's try this again. Reload save scene. Okay, that didn't help anything. I can see it already. Okay, script. That doesn't work. So, all right. Set is not level. Doesn't work. So, let's scrap this line of thinking, and I will attempt to do things the other way I was thinking of. Just give me a moment. Okay, and forget set visible. And I'll just leave that in there. Don't worry about it. Okay, so let's do something here. Let's go ahead and reload, save scene. Okay, that's fine. That's like it was. Everything is visible. Go to 2D. Okay. What? Oh, is that the origin? Why? Hmm. Oh, that's the door. Okay, I see. And that's just fine. Now I'm gonna do the one thing here, and I'm gonna call it. I'm actually gonna create a function for it. Okay. What are the functions to disable nodes, interactions, etc.? They'll be all visible, but I'm going to disable them when going out of the viewport area. But right now, I just want a function that calls all the disable the functions to disable a node. Except for visually, of course. See if we'll see if it comes up with a function. It's just a single function, so disable node interactions, and we'll see. We'll put that as a function. Paste. Control S. As far as things go, that's okay. Everything's cool. All right. Let's go ahead and put my customary mouse filter ignore. Disable node interactions. Okay. I don't want to do it like that. I'm gonna call this disable interactions for one thing. This. I don't know. Should I have two? Um, I should call it set interactions. Set interactions. How do you calling bool that? Okay. And what we'll do is we'll say value. Oh. And we'll get that value. 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 Instead of if node is control. Oops. Let's do var rect equals get node or null. Door visual. I don't know how it knew to pull that up. It made the only null on it, and it just automatically knew. If color rect, then I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm going to say color rect C. So and okay. So I can set them true, I can set them to false. Doesn't really matter. We'll do it at the we'll do it at enter tree though. Set interactions false. We're gonna see if it sets all the interactions to false, if I can still see them. Okay, let's go ahead and close this. Let's go ahead and scene, reload, save scene. No errors, it looks like. Okay, everything looks viewable. Let's see if I can. No warnings or errors or anything, so. How come that didn't work? Okay, so what I tried didn't work. I modified the function to set all of them in the door to a value, including the color rect if it existed. Here is the current version of the door script. Select all, copy, copy, it doesn't error at all, it just doesn't work. I can select the door or door visual in the editor, and I just disabled everything I thought after enter tree in enter tree. After everything else was done. Let's see what it says now. Still not getting what I want. Since you're using Grok a lot, how is it? How does it compare to ChatGPT and DeepSeek? I haven't used DeepSeek since there's an open question about legality here in the US, whether or not China is getting data from people using it. Grok is pretty good as long as you realize there's limitations. It's still an LLM and it's still not perfect. I think I spend more time asking Grok for help than I would if I had just coded stuff myself. ChatGPT is kind of better in a few ways, but I don't have a paid version of it. I'm running X Premium monthly for 2 months. And I'm actually about ready to cancel. The free stuff should be fine. Okay. I acknowledge that you've added color rect to your door and implemented set interactions value function disable processing. You've called it in an enter tree after adding the color rect, expecting this to disable interactions. However, you're finding it doesn't work. You can still select door and door visual nodes in the editor viewport despite disabling processing. Prevents the node from handling runtime updates and input events via process or input, but doesn't alter the editor's ability to select nodes in the viewport. The Redot editor's selection mechanism operates independently of these processing functions. It directly interacts with nodes in the scene tree based on their visibility and presence, but not their processing state. Since Dark Visual is a control node, you also need to set its mouse filter to prevent mouse interactions in the editor viewport. Suggestion: to disable selection in the editor viewport. I actually got. Wait, somebody said my name. Okay, I probably don't have any time to play it anyways. Let's see. Okay, so let's say currently, the uh doesn't affect. Okay. No direct equivalent to mouse filter, but since invisible visible equals file size, no visible area shouldn't be selectable in the viewport anyways. Selection is likely happening via the color rect. Ensure the door's visibility is set after adding color rect and enter tree, as the editor might override visibility settings. Well, setting door to invisible works, but I don't have it set now because I can't very well display the door visual if the door isn't visible. So I was hoping I could disable interaction in the editor. And still but it doesn't work. So I can move both power nodes. I'm kind of at a loss, although I suppose I could put the door visuals into the room itself, considering I have to do that for inbound connections as well. I might just have to do it that way. I can still make the doors invisible, but still access them in the scene tree. It's just the visuals won't be handled by the door node itself. Great. Anchorhead. Um, I can't pay for anything anyways, but you take a deep breath of slowly. Text adventure game, style classic Infocom game, 1980s, no graphics, no menus, point and click. you navigate start using type commands to read what happens next. Uh, looks like Windows and Mac, so I'm going to use one or something. But then again, it's and I don't have any money. But I will bookmark it for future reference. Okay. It's just a text adventure somebody in IRC was telling me about. It's supposed to have gotten awards and stuff. It was released in 2018. Um, so I can just go ahead and bookmark it, and uh, I want to bookmark. I don't really want it in temp. Well, maybe I do want it in temp. Put in temp. Okay. I know that you found that setting the door node to invisible works to hides door visual. What you want, you need door visual remain visible. You remove visible false. You're open to disabled interactions. Door visible in the editor viewport using setting, but it didn't work. You can still move both nodes. Considering an alternative, move the door visual nodes to the room node itself, not as children of the door, which would also allow your future plan to handle inbound connections, allowing the door to remain invisible while it's still accessible in scene tab. It doesn't prevent editor interactions. Yeah, let's do a whoops, not here. Actually, you want to do that in dang it. Uh, why don't I just ask, and Bravely will come up probably, but I think you should be fine if you use it with a VPN. Brave. Yeah, I mean you can get uh super rock independently of X. Of course, you still need an X account, but it can be a free one. You just won't get premium X features, but it's a paid sub for Grok itself. But I'm not really getting any benefits from X Premium either. Partly I don't know how to use it, and partly I don't know what applies directly to my Premium X account. Anyways, it's way too expensive. I might could have went with uh, Chat GPT, which at the time was, I think, $20 a month. Okay, Can you disable node interactions in chat GP, not chat GPT, what am I talking about? In Godot 4.3. In the editor, not just your game. Okay. Let's see. Let's see here. Shoot. Only had 15. In the editor, you can use disable property under node process mode. Mm. Hmm. Uh, 2019. That's not what I want. Anyways. Back. Practical solution addressing the current issue to the room. Ensures it remains visible and selectable independently. You can focus on disabling interactions for the door node separately if needed, while keeping door visual interactive for moving the room. Yeah, I still have the problem, don't I? I still have the problem of the the problem of moving the door visual independently of the room, correct? Okay. Use the script to disable nodes in the editor. I created a function to do this, and I'm still able to move the nodes freely in the editor. If you're still able to move the nodes freely in the editor even after creating a function to disable them, it's likely because the methods you use only affect the node's processing and input handling, not its ability to be moved in the editor. To prevent nodes from being moved or edited in the editor, you need to use set editor property disabled method. Uh, oh. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can try that, just in case. Set editor property. Okay, let's try that. Let's see if that works. Um, set editor property. Not found in base. So that's not what I want to do. Uh, set editor property disabled. Okay, so let me do a set editor property disabled. Go for 4.3. Let's see if that comes up with anything. Editor property. Um, custom control for editing properties that can be added in the it is added via editor inspector plugin. Methods. Yeah, object update property. Hmm. Checkable. Inspector. That's not the inspector that I want to do though. Mm. Selectable. That's not really what I want it to do though. Um, does anyone know how to disable node selection and movement in the viewport in the editor? Shoot, I'm gonna be able to do this at all. Oh, oh hell! Hey Alexa, does this engine remove thy progress? Late days, it removes my code. I haven't noticed. I'm not exactly sure what you're asking. It hasn't removed any of my code. If you deleted code, though, that's kind of on you. You need to make proper backups. And the quickest, cheapest way to do it is if it's just a small code block, like a function or something, or a few lines. You can, if it's a small amount of lines, you can copy the code to someplace else, or copy it and place it someplace else in the source, and just comment it out with the hashtag, little pound sign keys. At least I don't know how it is on a Serbian keyboard, but whatever the pound sign is the comment character, and so you can comment out. But if it's like a function or something, or if it's too many lines, you can make a copy of your function and then rename one of the copies to something else, and then that way you can revert back to your text. It may have code that is older than the last code saved. That's weird. I haven't seen something do that, an engine do that. I don't know really what to tell you. Unless it's just, unless it's like something got lost in translation, and you know, um, maybe if I could see it, sometime if you can take a video capture of your desktop, like I'm using OBS to stream, but you can also use OBS to record. So if you recorded your desktop, um, and like you could show me what was happening, like you saved some code and then you closed it and then you went back in there, and then if I could see how it worked, I might be able to help you. But through text here, I can't really, unless I can see what's actually going on, I probably couldn't help you with that. So I don't know. I don't know what to say. Let's just, okay, forget that. Anyone in here know if you can disable moving table, selecting and moving nodes around on the editor's viewport? So I might have to do a completely different shoot. And it's all, see, it's the same thing happened today. Just not getting anything done with this stupid thing. uh, it's not the problem. Yes, that's correct. Here's why. I know why. To prevent DuraVisual from being moved independently, ensure it moves the room instead. Disable independent dragging. Set DuraVisual's mouse filter to mouse filter ignore to prevent direct interaction. This would involve detecting mouse input. Yeah. Uh, I'll have to figure something out. I'm pretty much done for today and won't get back to it until Monday. Unless I have enough time tonight to do a stream. To do an extra live stream. Um, this is boggling in my mind. Editor property. Code in the editor. Disabling editor features. This is from 3.2, so this is not going to be directly. Sounds like an odd feature to have, yet more and more users requesting it in their context. So what is it to make sure it allows enable to disable the alien features using it? The editor can be reduced to a much simpler version of itself. Oh yeah, yeah. I can actually disable stuff. I can actually disable nodes, and that might be a thing to do, I guess. Right? Maybe I should just maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe I should just do it literally in the editor here. 2D Israel. See if we got something in here that will do anything like that. Editor, editor settings. Manage editor features. What does that mean? Okay. Go to settings. See what the settings are. Language. Font. Spectre. Theme. Theme tabs. Multi-window. Editors. Network. File system. Docs. Text editor. Editors. 2D. Input. Buffering. Export. And how come Dora always puts up this crosshair thing here? Process. Reload save scene. Reload save scene. Might not be able to do anything I want to do, which is annoying. What it means is I got to make sure not to, or constantly update. I guess I can constantly update, but annoying. Okay. Quick help. Beginner help. Okay. Advanced help. TD script discuss. 1124. Is there a way to disable node dragging in the viewport in the editor? I code save quit, so it goes upon opening Redot. The chances that it opens with a code that adds few sessions before with a code older. Yeah, I don't know what to say because it doesn't do that for me. I don't really know what the deal is for that. You do have to make sure that you save before you exit though. So, but you said you saved, so I guess I don't know. Honestly, drive me nuts. What? Oh, doggone ya. Okay. Let's see. Is there a way to stop code from being dragged around the viewport in the editor? Isn't a drag method to prevent a node from being dragged around the viewport using built-in signals. You can implement a workaround by handling input event and unhandled input methods in your script to control dragging behavior. You set a Boolean flag to control whether the node could be dragged or not. When the node is not allowed to be dragged, you can prevent dragging process by not setting the dragging flag or handling input events. Input event. Input mouse, dragging equals true. If dragging event position plus equals event relative, the event to prevent dragging, you can modify the dragging field or add additional logic to check if dragging should be allowed before setting the flag. What about selection in the editor? Can I stop it from being selected in the editor? In the viewport specifically? Still trying to find a way to do the same thing that I've been trying to do here for a while. Annoying. Annoying me. Because, you know, I mean, I could start... I can just continue on and just be careful that I don't. But you can't do that because it still selects it. I need it to not be selectable. In other words, where I can't click on it. Where if I click on it, it clicks on the room. Well, there is a selection thing though, right? What did I do? I did the thing where, shoot, it's time to go now. But I did do the thing where, it would set whenever it selected a child node, it would select the parent, the room node. Now, if I did that, and I only did that in the viewport, like if I could get the viewport part working and I could do that, then I could still probably have what I wanted, I think. And in fact, I could still move the door visual to the and I can make the doors themselves invisible so that they're not selected or dragged or anything at all. And then I could, yeah, maybe I'd do that. That's actually, because I already did do that. Above the viewport, and it looks like a lock icon. You lock a node, no longer selectable in the viewport. Select the node you want to move in the scene tree, and then switch to the move mode. Then you can move the selected node by clicking somewhere. Oh, right. Because I can actually, I keep forgetting, this is actually the selection deal, and then this is actually move mode, and so I can just make sure that I set this to move mode, and it moves the thing around. Maybe I should do that. That's a thought. But I also said there's a lock node there. So where was that at? Up here? Lock selected nodes, preventing selection and movement. Okay, that's a thought. Let's go back to this. Let's go ahead and select these. Right? And what if I hit lock on them? Lock. Okay. Cool. Then if I select something, maybe I should wait a second. Control Z. Can't I lock these? Two? Okay. I don't know. For some reason, it didn't lock all 6 of them. Now, that being said, Okay. So the question is, can I lock? Can I lock with script? I mean, even if I have to use the plugin script, can I lock selected nodes? Um, can you access lock node option via script, but from the editor? You can lock a node in script via the editor by setting the metadata property on the node. Specifically, you can use the following code in the tool script to lock or unlock a node. Lock node. Edit lock metadata property was used by the editor. So maybe I can do it. Oh, okay. Maybe. All right. Function edits. Okay. Lock node. Node.set meta edit lock. Oh, does that mean I can't that means I can't delete it, right? Here, let's delete a door visual. That's been locked. Okay. Let's see, delete. Okay. No, that still works. Scene, reload, save scene. Okay. That's weird. It should have a lock thing in the scene tree, so you could do it by that. You don't have to do it from up there. Okay. Uh, set meta. All right. So let's do something here. True. Node. Okay. Let's just copy this a little bit. It doesn't matter here to me. Let's go to the script. In fact, we'll do it in the here. Let's set interactions. Do it like that. Not found in base itself. That's fine because I am not going to call that. Okay, set interactions false. Let's do this. Color correct. Wait, let's do this. LV. And we're going to do this. Color correct. That set meta. Edit lock. True. Now, let's do something here. Let's go ahead and scene, reload, save scene. Guess what? They're all locked. Okay, let's check this out. I can still move the door, right? Okay, that's okay, because I'll fix that. I'll fix it. Let's go to script. Okay. Reload, save scene, reload. Okay. And let's do this. Set meta. It's like that, and like that. Oh, no, that's the other error. That's not error. Okay, reload, save scene. Right, no errors. Good, good, good. Guess what? They're locked. So I'm surprised. I'm surprised. Of course, that little lock icon is going to show up there. Of course. Now, with the doors, the door. Well, the door has got to be. It's got to be set to visual. But see what I can do later. Man, interesting. In fact, what I can do is I can lock. See what I'm gonna have is I'm gonna have an H box, and I'm gonna have the door visuals, and they'll probably be attached to room, but the door visuals will be Why did I do that? Okay, goodbye, computer. Mind begin behaving weird. I'll see you later, Alexa. If I don't see you, if you're not gone already. Yeah, it could be GitHub stuff. The Git stuff. Node set meta edit lock. The line sets edit lock. Okay, I didn't even know. Here, let's close that. And I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna refresh this page just so it's up, caught up. Of course, the chat's gone, but the chat's not actually gone. It's actually still in the deal. Okay, so let's go to here. And let's go to here. I don't know why you never mentioned it, but I managed to get Brave Leo to tell me by asking in a certain way. You can lock in the editor with the lock icon in the 2D workspace. Will lock selected nodes. I can also do this in script by setting the metadata edit lock in lock or something. What do we call it? Where's the script? Edit lock. Something. And it automatically blocks the nodes, so I can't use them until unlocked. The only issue with that is the little lock icon that appears over the node is kind of annoying, but if I end up switching the visuals to the room and put it in something like an H box, and lock that node, then I won't that won't be as much of an issue. So I didn't even know. So I finally figured it out. Locking nodes in the editor, and I can do it in script as well. I acknowledge you discovered a solution to prevent move the door visual node by by using the editor's lock feature. You found that you can lock nodes using the lock icon or programmatically by setting the metadata, which locks the node, prevents interaction until unlocked. You can notice that this works, but the lock icon appearing over the node is a bit annoying. You're considering moving the visuals to a room node, placing them in a container like an HBox, and locking that node instead, which would reduce the visual annoyance of the lock icon. I apologize for not mentioning the editor lock feature earlier. It is a valid approach to prevent node interaction in the editor viewport. I should have brought it up as an option. My focus is on runtime solutions like mouse filter and visibility overrides. Yeah, see, that's another weird thing. You know, yeah, I can apologize. That's dumb. It's just a machine. You know, it's just a program running, or whatever you want to call it. But um, yeah, it does the focus thing. It does like humans do. Actually, it's kind of a flaw that we have where we focus so much on one thing that we don't realize that there's an easier way if you just look at it a different way or whatever. So it's kind of doing something the way humans do it, but in reality, when I asked when I said what I wanted to do, it should have been able to figure out what I wanted. I know it can't read your mind, but it should have gotten enough clues from the text that it's going, oh, you want to stop interactions in the editor. Okay, well, there's a way you can do this, and that's with the lock icon. Actually, I think Brave Leo said it earlier when I asked it, which is kind of interesting that it did it, but somehow I glossed over it, or I threw it away in my head or something. You know how you do sometimes when you kind of toss inputs. Somebody's saying something and you let it go out of your head for whatever reason instead of paying attention to it like you're supposed to. But let's see. Focus on the edit lock metadata is more of an editor-specific feature, often used for editor plugins. That's what I was trying to do, where nodes need to be protected from accidental modification. I overlooked it in the context of viewport interaction challenges. Glad you found the solution through Brave Leo, and that's another reason why. Okay, so I'm actually kind of happy because I did figure out what I need to do. So it wasn't a total waste. Like yesterday was a total waste. Why? Because whatever I tried just kept screwing up. Today, I almost was just like, you know what, forget it. And I was just like, you know what, I should do a search on the specific thing I want to do, which I kind of did before, but it's just like sometimes you say it a different way, so you end up typing in something different. And I managed to hit the right thing that I wanted to do, and it told me. So awesome. Moving the visuals to the room node and placing them in a container or control node for layout is a great idea. Here's where I address your concern: visibility hierarchy. Placing door visual nodes in the room allows them to maintain visible independently of the door's visibility. Solving the original issue of the door's visible equals false lighting its children. Yeah, so it won't be children, and I can hide the door from the viewport essentially. It's still in, like, I can still modify it. I can still click on it in the thing over there and still be able to mess around with it. But so yeah. So if I did this and went over here, I could still access it, right? So that's awesome. I'm glad I finally figured that one out. Let's just go ahead and chunk this out. Nice function, but I don't need it, and it's not what I want to do. And let's go ahead and chunk this out. Delete. Okay. Stop these from being interacted with. And I might. Yeah. This is kind of annoying. Still not having a block comment character or characters. Because I have to comment every one of these lines out when I do that. And because I'm not going to have them in the door, I don't think. I'm actually going to have them on the room itself because I'm going to have to do that anyways. So it's better to do this way. Visualization purposes anyways, and I already have a set up visuals, so I can actually put these in there, and then the room can actually go through the room doors and it can go through the parent connections, the inbound connections, and then it can actually do what it needed to do. Okay, so save everything. Let's just go ahead and close this. Actually, I didn't want to close that just yet. Redot. Here. Because I got to do my little recording thing. So I did actually make some progress today. How about that? That's awesome. Um, doesn't prevent selection of the scene tab or editing the inspector, which allows you to goal. Dragging logic. If you want to drag the room, you'll need to add. I bet there's even a way to I bet you there's a setting in there that I could make the lock icon even more transparent, or even maybe even non-existent, or change it. I don't know. I mean, it's all open source anyway, so maybe it's just a matter of like going into the files and finding the lock icon and modifying a PNG or something, or an SVG or whatever, you know. Um, okay. Just a quick question, yes or no. Is it possible to modify the actual lock icon to be less obtrusive? Either setting a transparency uh, or just editing the icon to be less obtrusive. It'll say yes or it'll say no, which is fine. Okay. How complicated would it be to do that? What would that entail? Just list some steps and try not to be too long, please. It's 4 o'clock. It's already 4 o'clock. Okay. Let's see. Redot source or check the editor settings for theme overrides. Oh, theme overrides can do that. Hit the icon transparency. Theme. Editor settings. Settings. Theme. Icon font color, base color. Custom theme. What's that? Oh, I see. Cancel. Okay, well, it's possible. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's all I need. That's thank you. We'll talk to you later. And And let's go up here a little bit. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're going to go ahead and remove the lock. That should be in here though, these little icons. But I guess maybe you don't want too many icons. I don't know, something like that. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and start my recording, even though I'm still on stream here. So give me a quick second, like 2 minutes, and then I'll be done with that. Okay, today is Friday, May 2nd, 2025, and today I almost got nothing done at all today. So I'm still having the problems. The problem here is look at this. It moves that. That's what I'm using as a door visual right now. Then guess what? Now you got the door itself. And then guess what? Now you got the room. Now I could, for the life of me, couldn't figure out how to stop from doing this. And then eventually I asked Brave Leo how I could lock something. And it told me what you do is you select. Now I tried to select these. And it doesn't seem to work on everything, but here. So this is what I did, right? There's a lock icon up here, lock selected nodes, and boom. Except for it didn't lock the lower ones here. So I actually have to select them independently, which is, I don't know why, but it's weird, but whatever, it doesn't really matter. So now, look. Now you see there's this little lock icon over here. Still don't know how to zoom in OBS, so that'd be nice if there's a way to do that. But so there's the lock icons. So now the only thing I can select and move is that. I can still edit these. I can still, mess with them in the deal. Okay, so now here's the thing. Once I figured this out, I was like, can I do that in script? And guess what? I can do that in script, and I did that with this. There's metadata for the node, and one of them is edit lock, and that's setting them to true. So edit lock, edit lock. And I guess metadata is because it's extraneous data. It's like my metadata for my JSON files, where it's the position on the page, the layout stuff, which doesn't have directly to do with the room itself. The room itself doesn't have a position because it's a room, but it does have it in the editor map, right? So these have positions. So I had to save them separately from my actual room files, and this is the same way. This is a node. It's you set metadata on the node, which means you can lock or you can do certain things with the node that doesn't apply to the node as is running in the in your game, right? So this says edit lock. So it's just locking for in the editor. And what happens here when I go ahead and reload save scene, and yes, reload save scene, even though it has changes. And guess what? Now they're all locked. Now, so I finally figured out a way of locking stuff. But I'm not going to keep the visuals. I'm not going to keep the door visuals here on the door. I'm actually going to put them on the room, because I'll have to do that with inbound connections as well. They'll have to be little squares up there, and so I'll put a bunch of these in, depending on how many doors there are, in their own H box, and then I'll lock the H box with code, and so that way you can't mess with them while they're sitting on the panel there. In fact, I think I'm going to do all 9 of them. Like, you'll see all 9 of them, and they'll be grayed out, except for the ones that are active will have colors. And so yeah, so that's what I'm doing next week. Starting Monday, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to apply a bunch of these, depending on how many doors there are, to the bottom of each of the room deals. Anyways, I finally actually did figure out what I wanted to do, and I can lock them, and everything's good. And so should be getting back on track by next week sometime. So that's about it. That was a long one. That's 4 minutes. So we'll have to see here. Okay. So let's just go ahead and close this now. I'm not recording anymore, so close it. Close. Don't save. I don't need to save it. Okay. And okay, so that's about it for today, and I'll see you on Monday. Unless you join me tomorrow for editing my live streams. So I'll be editing the clips, not the whole live stream, obviously. So, anyways, see you tomorrow or see you Monday. Thank you for watching.